4、3、2、1，冲吧转动世界球童！女士们、先生们，这里是立百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球打师赛南宁站超级分站赛第3阶段败部第7轮57到第58场的比赛现场。现在让我们欢迎运动员、裁判员。And now let's welcome players and referees. Table 2 2号台将由来自中国的张坤鹏对阵来自中国的吴振宇。本场比赛主裁判张毅，助理裁判徐谨言、李勇。And now, let's welcome Table TV。现在欢迎 TV 台。由来自韩国的姚永俊对阵来自中国的陈哲。本场比赛主裁判刘宇，助理裁判玉林、杜立希。有请各位移步比赛神器，乔氏金腿球桌。各位观众，这里是正在广西南宁为您直播的立百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球打师赛南宁站超级分站赛的比赛现场。精彩对决此刻开启。
陈军你好。陈哲你好，请申问选手争夺开球选择权。听我口令，预备，3、2、1，开始。裴永军获得开球选择权。比赛开始，第1局，裴永军开球。 10秒。
Good day, everyone, and once again, thank you for joining us for these live streams. Welcome to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour, a tournament that has been going on from the 25th of December, ends on the 4th of January. So, just 3 days left, including today, and a bit bittersweet for us always as we come to the end of these great tournaments. This tournament presented by Joy Billiards and Libo Win Cloth. That is the equipment we are using here for this tournament throughout the Joy Q8 Golden Leg table, the official table of the Grandmasters Finals, clothed with Libo Win 8848 cloth. These tables are available for purchasing also. The link is in the description and the pinned comment section on YouTube to find out how to purchase one of these tables. Now, this is round 7 of the losers bracket, just 6 players left, 4 in the losers bracket, 2 in the winners bracket. We will have the winners bracket final at 5 p.m. today. That's between Cheng Liu against Wang Yun. That will be a race to 19 later today. So those are the only 2 players that haven't taken a loss here in stage 3. The last 32 phase of the tournament. It has been double elimination. Match on the TV table now is a losers bracket match. We've seen Yong Jun Park in action yesterday when he did defeat Hao Chen on the TV table. Our last remaining international contender, Yong Jun Park from Korea, he takes on Chen Zi from China. This is a race to 17, winner break format. And winners from these matches are still not in the losers bracket final because they'll have to play each other. So winner of this match will play winner of the other match that's on at the moment. That's between Zhang Kongpeng and Wu Zhenyu. So they'll have to play each other before they play the loser of the match later today in the winners bracket. Winner of tonight's match in the winners bracket goes through to the grand final on the 4th. So he won't play tomorrow, the 3rd. He has a day off. Now, if one of the 4 players that are currently playing make it to the grand final, it means they would play now, they'd play tomorrow morning, they'd play tomorrow afternoon, and they'd play the final the next day. Whereas the player they'd be playing, winner of the winners bracket, would have just played tonight and played the final. So 2 less matches in 2 days. And tomorrow, those matches are a race to 19s as well. The final will be a race to 23. Tonight's winners bracket final at 5 p.m. will be a race to 19 also. But so far, dry break from Yong Jun Park, and it's Chen Zi first on the scoreboard with a rack and run. We have our first 1 visit clearance of the match. Now the difference between rack and run, break and run, break and run. As it sounds, it's off your own break and you run the rack. A rack and run is when your opponent breaks and on your first visit to the table, you are able to make a run out or a clearance. See, 2-ball into the top left corner. Black ball also goes in. Now he has a choice. Does he want to respot the black ball and continue, or does he want to re-rack? It's his choice. Now, even if he didn't pot another ball, still has the same choice. So potting the black ball on the break is an advantage to you if no other ball fell. Well, either way, you have a choice, like he does now. The only time in Heyball a ball is ever respotted is on the break, and it is the black ball. If a ball flies off the table during the frame, it goes in the pocket. Foul is awarded to the opponent. So this is what he's looking at now, whether to replace the black ball or not. So that's what he's decided, replace the black ball and continue playing. I think the reason he would have taken some time to think about that is because black ball is currently surrounded by those 3 stripe balls. This is actually our first time seeing Chenzi on the TV table during stage 3. Let's have a look at his run. So first match, this has been double elimination, of course. His first match was against Michael Tomlinson from the UK, won that 13-4. Then went on to play Chen Sheng-yu, won that 13-7. Next match was against Jung Kung Pong, won that 15-13. And then lost last night against Wang Yun, 17-14. So that was his run in the winner's bracket. So this is his first match in the loser's bracket. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Wang Yun is the player that defeated Gareth Potts, and definitely feel Gareth could have got that match. Now, if Gareth would have got that match, do we see a different story? Do we see Gareth in the winner's bracket final? Yeah, so quite a run for Chen Zi throughout the stage 3. His opponent, Yong Jun Park, has been in the loser's bracket for quite a while. He's been fighting through that loser's bracket. Won his first match, and that was the surprise against the Grandmasters Finals winner, Niu Zhang, last year. Park won that 13-10. Won his next match against Feng Zhuan 13-10 also. And then took a loss against Cheng Liu 15-10. Now, Cheng Liu is one of the players in the winner's bracket final, so if Park can win this, there's a good chance he might face Cheng Liu again. After taking that loss, going to the loser's bracket, Park played Hao Qian. We had that on the TV table yesterday morning, 15-11, he won that. And then played Zhang Taiyi yesterday. Surprise, surprise, he won that one 17-16 against Taiyi on table 2. What a win that is for Park. So not only has he defeated the Grandmasters Finals winner of last year, he also defeated the runner-up at that same Grandmasters Finals. Yeah, it's a touch of class from Chenzi with that shot. Push the black out into a more open position, and it looks like he should be able to pot this 3. Now position on the black ball though. Now the flowchart that I am referring to currently, I have put that link in the Facebook description. It's in the YouTube comments section also, so you can have a look at exactly the top 32 players that were in stage 3, and you can look at their run throughout the tournament as well. Live scores are also posted there. The other match that is being played at the moment is between Jung Kung Peng and Wu Zhenyu. Kung Peng currently 2-0 up. That is on table 2. And in that same link that we've shared, the Linktree link, you can have a look at the QQ live stream. And we should have table 2 live. Just having a look at it myself. Yeah, there we go. So it's the first live QQ link. If you go into the link and you see, let's just follow it, QQ live stream, you click on that and you go to Joy Billiards QQ, live QQ1, and that is Jung Kung Peng against Wu Zhenyu, the only other match on at the moment. Almost got lucky with that. 3 almost going into the center pocket. Nice, potted his opponent's ball. That is a legal shot. He made contact with the 3 first. So as long as you touch your ball first, you can pot your opponent's ball in the game of Heyball. The only problem ball on the table for Park is this 15. Now, possible that he plays the 15 with an element of safety to leave the cue ball behind the 9 if he misses it. Might see the jump cue here. I mean, he's at a clear disadvantage only having 1 ball on the table. As you can see, Park can so easily put him in a situation like this. So jump cue is out. Look, to jump and pot this in the bottom right is tough. Very tough. Look at how close he's come to potting, that he's been unfortunate that he's lost the cue ball off the table. Did see a comment the other day, I think it was Dennis jumping a ball and the cue ball went off the table. Somebody said he didn't register a flight plan for that. So similar thing there. But it was always going to be tough to clip the edge of the 3. Cue ball coming in at speed and at that elevation. If there's any bounce left in the cue ball and it clips the 3, it's off the table. And it's been so great to see all the viewers on the stream, especially the past few days and over the Christmas period, festive period, and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. It's been brilliant to see you guys on the stream. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being here. We do watch the comment section, so we always are trying to answer your questions and trying to make the stream better. It's the reason why we've brought those links out. We do realize that sometimes it's not easy to find these things. Should be a first point on the board for Yong Jun Park. I don't see why not. Now, so far in these matches, he's a player that likes to take the lead early, likes to take charge in the match, and from what I've seen, is an excellent front runner because never really lost a match from in front as Yong Jun Park. Now Park also a top 6 finish at the Grandmasters finals. Many top 32 finish in the station events. Comes from a snooker background. Sometimes quite easy to tell what background these players come from, looking at the cue they use. They use most times what's comfortable for them. In this case, he is using the snooker type cue, the one-piece ash. Hand spliced butt. Then you have the players that come from a 9-ball background that choose to use the two-piece 9-ball type cue. It's there. Park secures his first frame. Score is 1-all in this race to 17 match. I did say Park likes to get a lead and likes to keep it. Let's see if he can. He'll be breaking in the next frame. Did well to get the 15 into a potable position and also kept that snooker. So kept the cue ball safe, and that's why he got the foul after the jump shot where the cue ball left the table. Score is 2-1 on table 2. I see Jung Kumpong 2-1 up against Wu Zhenyu. I'm sure many of you have watched or seen on Facebook or social media Ronnie against Chu Bingxie and Zheng Yubor. That was an exhibition match held in China. I think it was Guangzhou. It was about 2 weeks back. I think it's available on YouTube. Also, WPALive.tv did coverage of that event internationally. And I think, look, a few people were quite surprised at how well Ronnie was playing those cushion balls and his pattern play also. But really, with the way he cues and the way he times a ball, it's just a matter of time. He spent, I think, 1 day or 2 days in China practicing the break, the jump shots. I did see a video where he was with Chu Bingxie and they were doing the cushion shots at pace. So he did it first, missed. He asked Chu Bingxie to do it twice, watched his technique, watched exactly what he's doing, and after that he was able to pot the ball. Now, the interest that everyone has shown in Ronnie possibly playing this game is very exciting, and of course we hope to see him playing in some of these tournaments. But yeah, did well in that exhibition. I believe scores were 7-6, 7-4 to Ronnie against Chu Bingxie and Zheng Yubor. Yeah, not where he wanted to be. Not at all. That's how close he is to the 6-ball. 2 centimeters more and he's good on the 6 to the center pocket. Now we do know at some places in the world it is 5 a.m. or midnight or very late at night. We do appreciate you guys being on the stream. Currently here in China it is almost 12:30 p.m. I know back in South Africa where I'm from it should be 6:30 a.m. at the moment, 6:26. Yeah, I'd love to rewatch, well, get a copy of the match from Yong Jun Park and Jung Tae yesterday. For that to go hill and for Park to take it. Playing against an in-form Jung Tae. Jung Tae is one of Jung Yubo's students also. So is Tang Shun Chao. But look at the names that have been eliminated from this tournament. There's no Phone Mint here. There's no Chu Bingjie, Tang Shun Chao. Tai is out now. Niu Zhang was out very early. Zhao Ruliang also eliminated very early. He was the champion of the previous station, Zhejiang Super Tour. Zhao Ruliang won that by beating Zhang Kompang. And I think that's what makes what Zheng Yubo is doing and Chu Bingjie so special, because they didn't just win one tournament, they won so many. And it was consistent top performance after top performance. Chu Bingjie went on a run. It was maybe 30 or 40 unbeaten matches. So those are ridiculous stats that he had, and also very high break and run rate throughout all the matches he played. Once again, the 3-ball is a problem for Chen Zi. That was his issue in the previous frame, missed it to the center pocket and didn't really get another good opportunity at the table. Now, I think we will see these mistakes slowly eliminated as we continue in this match. You did see how a match can turn yesterday. Zhang Kompang against Chen Ziming. Chen was up 6-2. Everything was going wrong for Kang Peng. This time better with the 3. He's got it near pocket, which means this is slightly tougher for Park. In this case, having more balls on the table, I don't know how much of an advantage it is, because there's pressure on you. Jump shots are allowed. These players can kick off cushions really well. For example, you take the 14 on and miss it, you leave the 3. You take the 13 on the top right, you miss it, you leave the 3. Pressure on every shot here from Park, and he's been dry breaking. Solid opening pot. A bit too much on that. He's overrun the cue ball, has Park. Yeah, good pot he's pulled off there, but once again he doesn't really have good position. Now he's also pushed the black ball more into the center of the table. So even if he was thinking of possibly potting the 3 with one of his strike balls, it's become a bit tougher to get the cue ball safe. Now, is this what he's looking at? 10 down to the 3, cue ball behind 12 and 9. Yes, the 3 needs to go. Okay, It's not bad. He'll take that. He will definitely accept that position. Look, you can see what he's played. He's played to pot the 3 and cover. Is there enough space? I think there just was. Now, Park would have liked if that 3 went more along the bottom cushion on our screen, like ended up where the 10 is. That would have been perfect. Not bad also. 10 is covering the 3 ball. Just, I think, unless... Yeah, it's very slight. It's too close, and it's not the potting angle anyway. Now, if you are going one cushion, going off the ball cushion and back down, probability of an in-off is very high. Swerving the cue ball here, using a bit of right, gets it. That's a very controlled swerve, and the cue ball is going to stay on the table. That's a good shot from Chen Zi. Unless the 10 can find its way in. Like if he plays this at pace, he's most probably going to kick the 3 out anyway. He does play it at pace. Now, is he going to get a bit fortunate? We need another camera angle to see whether he can see the potting angle of the 3. I think he can. He's lining this up. He can. He's got potting angle. There we go. He has it. So Park not fortunate with that. Gets the pot, and where's the position for the black ball? Not great at all from Chen Zi. Been a little bit loose with the cue ball, especially when it came down to his last ball towards the ending of the frame, in these last 2 frames. It's wide. Yeah, he saw the reaction straight away. As soon as he hit it, he knew it. But now, Park in a very similar situation to when the 3 was in the corner. Yeah, he knew it immediately. Expected him to get that, though. Now, Chen Zi played snooker for 18 years. Also, top 64 finisher at these tournaments, was national junior champion. So both these players coming from a snooker background. I should have cover behind the 12 and 9 here. Has that gone too far? Is there a gap? He might have left a gap. There's a big gap. How has he got that wrong? This definitely goes. From here, it looks like, at least. passes the 12, passes the 14, and straight towards the potting angle of the black ball. Should be there, it's there. Chen Zi gets his second point on the board. That is a major error from Yong Jun Park, not something you see often from him.
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
Score 2-1 at the moment here to Chen Zi over Yong Jun Park. And on table 2, we have Zhang Kongpeng and Wu Zhenyu tied at 3 each. That match is flying. Wu Zhenyu with 2 break-in runs, 1 rack-and run. Zhang Kongpeng, 1 break-in run, 1 rack-and run. So far in this match, just the 1 clearance from Chen Zi of Yong Jun Park's try break. Dry break also. Now, even yesterday, we saw quite a few dry breaks on the TV table between Kongpeng and Siming. Then all of a sudden, in the last few frames, Kongpeng just found another gear, started making a ball when it counted. And that's how he was able to close that match out. It was very tight. I think from 8-all, we went 8-all, we went 12-all, 14-all. That was a race to 17 also, and it was a mistake made from Chen. The mistake was made at 12-all, yeah, that's when she opened the door. She was supposed to go 13, she makes a mistake, he goes 13, 14, 15. Yesterday's match really showed us how the game can change here, that you can be behind, not be playing great like Kongpeng was in the beginning of that match. Missed a straight black ball to the center pocket. Something never see him miss. Those were slight worrying signs. Not really how you start here, it's how you finish, especially in these long races. A race to 17. Tonight's winners final at 5 p.m. winners bracket final. That's a race to 19. Grand final on the 4th will be a race to 23. Now chance for Park to equalize here. This is off Chen Zi's dry break. Now from what I've seen, when he's on the table in amongst the balls like this, even when there might be a problem or two, he's more often than not able to make the clearance quite quickly and get that point on the board. Might have to settle to play the 12 into the center, since he is quite straight on the 15. Then he'd have to run through the 12, play the 14 in the opposite center pocket, if that's the route he's choosing. Now also at this level, even if these players are off position, so quickly able to make a great recovery shot and put themselves exactly where they need to be very quickly. So it's rare to see these players chasing a finish where they're off position on every shot, relying solely on their potting, although the potting is excellent. Imagine having to play a race to 17 and being out of position almost all the time, and having to play recovery finishes all the time. How taxing is that on you? Second point on the board for Yong Jun Park with a rack and run of his own. That's off Chen Zi's dry break. So far, 1 rack and run Park, 1 rack and run Chen Zi. The score is 2-all in this race to 17. See the question on the stream. So in the previous frame, what happens if the 3 was totally blocked? So in that case, what will happen if it's totally blocked, because there are jump shots allowed, the referee would ask the player if he's going to play the shot. He says no, she gives the foul away to the opponent. Now what the opponent has to do in that scenario is make sure that there's progress in the match. We had that yesterday on the TV table. There has to be progress. So usually after 3 attempts, the referee will ask if they want a re-rack in that case. So yeah, it's a strange thing to see the referee just give the foul immediately while the player sits in his chair, but we've seen it happen before quite often on this TV table. So once again, if your ball is completely blocked, you have no sight of it, you can't get to it, the referee will ask you, are you going to play the shot? You say no, and the referee gives the foul away, ball in hand to your opponent. Now your opponent then has to do something at the table. Within at least 3 shots, they have to make some kind of progress. So either then in that case pot the 3 and get the frame moving. They can't just keep putting you in that situation. Progress has to be made. Then it comes down to referee's discretion and also the players. If there's no progress and the player who's the one getting the ball in hand, if he decides, okay, you know what, we'll go for a re-rack, the other player agrees, referee agrees, then we do have a re-racked frame. Not the kind of miss you usually see from Park. Now the mistakes at the early stage like this, I wouldn't say it's too costly yet. It's when one of these players capitalize on the mistake and then start making consecutive break and runs, that's when it becomes costly. That's when it becomes a problem. That's in the shot that is, but look at where the 5's gone. It was very tough to know exactly what was going to happen with the cue ball there. He expected to push the 5 at least down the left side cushion, not behind the 15 where it's gone now. Did come around to have a look whether the 5 does pot, whether he can get to the potting angle at least. Now if he can, the 7 ball would be the ball to do that from. But this is a tough table. The 6 also sitting very awkwardly outside the center pocket. Look, I'd say good shot based on where the cue ball, or where he's left the cue ball, but not where he's left the 2, or the 6 and the 2. Score on table 2 is 4-all, and they are on their 8-frame player break already. That is between Jung Kompong and Wu Zhenyu. Kompong 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs, and Zhenyu 2 break and runs and 2 rack and runs. The only real shot he had, taking that 4 to the top left, and as he left on stripes, the 14 doesn't really go. The 10 might pass the 13 into the right center. Tough table. Gets the pot, but look at where the 2 is. Makes this that much more difficult to make the finish in one visit. Was not playing for the pot there, was playing for position of the 11 to make it a bit more difficult on the 4 for Chen Zi. Now who is going to attack this frame first, or who's going to make a mistake here? As this goes on longer, it becomes a very important frame. Both players are fighting tactically for it. Decent cue ball, limiting the options that Park can actually play here. If he does leave the cue ball down table, the 4 is available for Chen Zi. Interesting shot choice, because he's left him a lot on the table. Firstly, the 7 goes. Might be even able to get the 6 very close to the right center pocket. We don't have camera behind that to see whether the 6 actually passes. If it does, he could play 1-6 combination.
10秒。
As this goes on, things are looking a bit more open, but it's then going to come down to the black ball. Currently tied up, there isn't really a good connector on stripes to get there. More for solids. Put the 10 in the gap, push the 4 to the cushion. Yeah, decided to pot Park's ball, and that meant leaving the cue ball down there. That is a legal shot. Only thing, would have liked the 4 to be out into open play, not back near the right side cushion. Really, it's tough to say who's got the advantage in this frame. Leaning slightly to Chen Zi. Cue ball in.
犯规。自由球。
It was a good attempt. Look what he's tried to do there. He's tried to put the cue ball back where it was. Going right around the table, but being a bit unlucky getting the cue ball in there. And Chen Zi looks to be taking this 4 ball to the center. Now, are things open enough for him to take on this clearance? Yeah, definitely longest rack of this match thus far. It was always looking tough from the get-go. And you can see neither of these players want to make an error. What I have seen on the TV table in this tournament thus far is you get a player who knows it's still early in the match, just pretty much goes for a reckless attempt at something,
10秒。
feels that they can afford to give away the frame instead of getting so invested in such a tactical battle so early in the match. Like a frame like this at 15 all, I understand from the mental aspect also, early in the match, gaining the advantage, winning a frame like this, can feel like you've beaten your opponent. It's a little win. You've won one of the little battles in the match.
10秒。
Now he looks to be going for this 3 stripes left. How is he going to open the black ball? Another problem is if you go into the 2, such a good chance that you're pushing the black ball very near to the corner pocket. It can even go in. Here we go. He played that well. Played that very well. Very controlled cannon into the 2. Played it so well that he still has potting angle on the 11 at the top left. Slow down. Slow down, cue ball. Yeah, it's no problem. Just needs to have the window between 6 and 2. That's all he needs here. Gets it. And it's there. Yong Jun Park gets his 3rd point on the board. He's leading 3 frames to 2 over Chen Zi after 5 frames played. Now on the other table, table 2, we have Zhang Kompang 5-4 up against Wu Zhenyu. 9 frames played already there. They're busy playing their 10th. And also so far, 9 frames played on that table. 8 one-visit clearances. 2 break-in runs each. 2 rack-in runs each. Yeah, it's really happening on table 2. Looking like an average of about 4 to 5 minutes a frame there. So there you see players are allowed to check the rack. They're allowed to check those first 3 balls and make sure they are touching. So he spotted that they are not, which can happen. I mean, the balls settle even after they've been racked perfectly. Just gets the referee to re-rack. I think also the reason why he's checking it so closely is the previous few dry breaks of his. Now what can happen is with the triangle racket, sometimes it's tough to get those balls touching. What you might see the referee also do in a case like that is just brush the cloth a bit with his hand, just move the nap in the right direction if the nap's been moved slightly. 3rd time now. Look, I don't blame him for checking the rack. It's one of the most important matches. Yeah, sorted. He's happy with that now.
第6局平均开球。
So Yong Jun Park from Korea is currently 3-2 up against Chen Zi in this race to 17. And pots the cue ball on the break. Yeah, straight into the center pocket. Yeah, a lot of power in that. Didn't really get another ball. Yeah, I don't see anything else since that's cue ball in. It means cue ball behind the balk line for Chen Zi. Has to play forward. So can't play any of the balls within the balk area here. He's taken his extension, so he's added 30 seconds to the 45-second shot clock that we have here. Get one of those 30-second extensions per frame. And as you can see, he has to play down table, which he is doing and looking to secure solids. He's lost the cue ball a little bit there. He was playing on the 2 ball. He might have to reroute, go down for the 3 ball, but this is tougher, cueing off the cushion like that. Just a slight angle here. It's so easy to cue across the cue ball. Made it work. Made it work, and he's going to be on the 7. Yeah, I don't think he can be unhappy with that. The position he has on the 7, he should be able to move the 4. Problem becomes, what's his next ball after that? And what he was looking at the start of this frame, he was looking to see if the 5 passes. And he's deciding against the 7 here. Is he going to stick the cue ball right behind the 11? Yeah, like that. This doesn't take many risks at the moment, this Chen Zi. You can see if it's not, if the finish is not, it's not really there, he's not gonna force it. Gonna try and get a better opportunity by putting Park in a situation like this. Now what has Park left on the table for Chen Zi? He's left the 2. The 2 does go, but the bridging over the 9 makes this tougher. Doesn't help that the cue ball is halfway down the table also. He gets the 2 and gets position. Massive favorite to get his 3rd point. Yeah, look at the bridging over the 9. As I said, becomes so much tougher also. Following the cue ball down, you're playing high on the cue ball. Any side you put at all there, any unwanted side, it just grips immediately. He's purposely played low on that because he's played low for the 7. He would have had the 7. Almost. That was very close. That would have been a cracking pot from Yong Jun Park. Would have really opened up the game nicely for him. Now the 1-7 combination has to go. It's there. It still has to find a way to free the 4 or move the 15. As I did say, he's not going to take unnecessary risks here. But it looks like he's playing this, and only thing I see he can do is move the 15. That's what he's done. Now to get from this 2 to the next solid ball, this is tough. He's got a very slight angle on this 2. He's done well to pot it at that pace. Also to get there, he's still got the 5. He should have potting angle of the 5. It's a big ask to come on the other side of the 4 though from that angle. Couldn't really see that he could get the cue ball past the 4 down on our end. Now being behind the 4, it means he can also try and take this down to the bottom left corner pocket. No, center pocket jaw catches him. Okay, good for him. He's pushed the 10 onto the bottom cushion on our screen. But chanced for Yong Jun Park to get a 4th point and extend the lead. You might have heard in the background there, that was Wu Zhenyu breaking on table 2. That's how loud the break is. You can hear it in the entire arena. So on table 2, the score is 6-5 to Zhang Kompang over Wu Zhenyu. 2 break and runs each, 3 rack and runs for Wu Zhenyu and 2 rack and runs for Kompang. Very high standard there, 11 frames played, 9 one-visit clearances. Now again, in these situations when Park is at the table, in amongst the balls, most times able to make the clearance. Now Chen Zi and Wu Zhenyu, who's playing Kompang at the moment, were relegated to the 1-loss bracket last night. So they've been in the winners bracket all the way until now. Winners bracket final will be later tonight at 5 p.m. That is between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. Wang Yun was the player that defeated Gareth Potts. And that was a winners bracket match that was on the TV table 2 days ago. And tonight's match between those two players, that will be a race to 19 as well. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. we'll have round 8 of the losers bracket, which means winner from this match plays against winner from the other match. And then tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. local time, the final of the losers bracket. And then on the 4th of January, the grand final at 2 p.m., race to 23. Out of the 6 players left, who do we think is going to be in that final? Look, I think you can never write off Kang Peng. I feel you have to put him there. Love to see an international make it to the final also. Yong Jun Park, the last international player left standing here. You can see why he makes the finishes that he needs to make. So often that these are the frames sometimes you give away where you're supposed to get the finish, where the finish was there and you don't make it. Yong Jun Park gets his 4th frame on the board. He's leading 4 frames to 2 over Chen Zi after 6 frames played in this race to 17. Yeah, we have our first prediction on the stream, on the YouTube comment section. Kang Peng against Yong Jun Park for the final. That would be a great final, one I'd love to see. I think very possible with the form Kang Peng is in and also the form that Park is in. He's been so consistent. He's beaten the number 1 and 2 from the 13th Grandmasters Finals last year in 2025, Niu Zhang and Zhang Taiyi. Beat Niu Zhang in the first round, eliminated Zhang Taiyi last night, 17-16. Good pot. Good pot playing it like that. Raised bridge, had to move the cue ball. It was a clean pot as well. You heard it hit the back of that pocket. Checked it nicely to be on the 10. If you didn't, If he didn't check that, that was actually going towards the 10. Used a touch of outside English, left side of the cue ball. And you saw it straighten up and actually come back a little bit coming off the ball cushion. Now, if he was slightly further with the cue ball, it will mean that the 11 would have been available to the bottom right corner. It's going to be 15 next. Now the 11 available bottom right, top left. Sitting right in the center of the table. He's taken his extension also. Tells us that the 13 does pass the 1. It does just pass the 1 into the bottom right corner pocket. He's come around to see exactly where he needs to be on the 14 to get on that 11. Yeah, risky to play on the 11 to the left center pocket, so you're better off taking it to one of the corners. Now taking the 11 to the top left. I think straight would be preferred. If you land yourself low, you have to do work with the cue ball. Land yourself too high, you can end up behind the 7. Using 2 cushions, he's playing into a small area. He needs a cue ball to stop. So he's landed low. Now in this situation, I think I'd be using the 7, try and get the 7 full ball to hold the cue ball here. That's depending on exactly how that angle is, if he can get past it, but if he can't, use the 7. Like that, but need to get the pot. That was the problem. That's why I said prefer straight. Leave yourself low, you have to do work with the cue ball. So he's fully concentrating on getting perfectly into the 7 as he did. It was almost a full ball contact. He's straight on the black ball. Big miss. That is a huge miss. Shot that he played to get onto the 11. I mean, the cue ball, 2 less rolls and the frames, his 3rd points on the board. But if Park can make this clearance, which he is so consistent at doing, and all he's been doing at the moment is capitalizing on the mistakes from Chenzi. Playing that shot too well now as Park. I saw it in the previous match we had on the TV table. Hardly missed one of those. Yeah, and what a match we have on table 2. Wu Zhenyu now 7-6 up against Jung Peng. 4 break and runs, 3 rack and runs for Wu Zhenyu, which means out of 7 points that he has, he's got 7 one-visit clearances. 100% clearance rate for Wu Zhenyu. And Kang Peng with 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. That match is currently live on the live QQ links. You can find that by going to the Linktree link that's in the description on Facebook, comment section on YouTube, and you'll see live QQ. Click on that. It'll take you to all the live QQ links. It is the first link that's there. You'll be able to see table 2. Now, sometimes it does buffer a bit, but what I've noticed, if you use a VPN, it can work much better. And if you have a VPN where you can actually change region, then changing it to either Hong Kong or Tokyo works best.
10秒，延时。
I like the way he played that positively, not trying to hold the cue ball at all, letting it run its natural path, able to let the cue arm through the ball. So many instances that shot, you'll just like want to roll it and hold the cue ball, or try and just roll the cue ball, and doing that, high chance of deceleration, and that's when you'll miss a pot that you never thought you'd miss. But it's also what the positive cue action does for your mind. Every shot positive. Because I'm sure you felt it where you play a negative shot and you pot the ball, but you don't feel right after that. You know that that was negative. You know that you decelled. You know that you didn't get through the cue ball. Now you do that on your first shot when you have to pot another 7 balls. Let a slightly tough shot come about. High chances are you're going to miss it. But at the moment, Yong Jun Park absolutely firing on the TV table. He's got his 5th point. He's 5-2 up after 7 frames played. Really unbelievable form from Yong Jun Park, taking those chances well, doing exactly what he needs to secure the point and secure the frame. So far here, 7 frames played, just the 2 one-visit clearances, 1 rack and run each from these players. See Park not checking the rack this time. Now, 8th frame, Yong Jun Park from Korea, the last remaining international player. 6 players left in the tournament. Is he going to go into the player break at 6-2? Or is it going to be 5-3? Makes a ball on the break. That's a better break from him. A little bit less power in that, more control. There you see, look at the control on the cue ball. That's usually when you see the best break, when that cue ball is being controlled. It means the entire hit was controlled. Also seeing the cue ball come up through the center of the table means you struck that first ball really solid, full in the face. Yeah, I would say definitely solids on this table. Solid secured. Nice pot on the 5. Leaves him on the 2. Will give him natural angle to come across table for the 6 into the top right. I like what he's doing. He's seeing exactly where he wants the cue ball and where it's comfortable to cue it from. So I prefer to have the cue ball closer to the right side cushion after this. It's good. Look, from international player point of view, love to see Yong Jun Park make it to the grand finals and play on the 4th of January, really. But it's a tough road ahead. You have to win here. Tomorrow morning, play again. You have to play against the winner from Zheng Kongpeng and Wu Zhenyu. Win that match as well. That'll be a race to 19. Then you play tomorrow evening again against the winner the loser between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. That is the winner's bracket final loser. And then you have to play the final after that, race to 23. Now it tends to happen because the player coming from the loser's bracket plays so many more matches. Usually by that final they are slightly fatigued, and it does take a toll on them. I've seen it enough to know what I'm talking about. I mean, I've seen it over the last few tournaments. From the Grandmasters final, we had Niu Zhang coming through the winner's bracket, Zhang Tai the loser's bracket, and in the final he just couldn't perform. Then in the Baotao Super Tour, you have Sun Yan against Chu Bingjie. Sun Yan as well destroyed everybody in the loser's bracket. Comes to the grand final against Chu Bingjie. Can't find his game at all. Previous Zhejiang Superstation, Zheng Kongpeng faces Zhao Ruliang. Zhao Ruliang through the winner's bracket. Kongpeng through the loser's bracket also. Think about playing 2 race to 19s in one day and then playing a race to 23 grand final the next day. And having played 2 matches every single day. Two cushions into the angle for the black ball, needs us to slow down a bit. Would have loved to widen that angle up slightly, but just couldn't really get into the cue ball that much there. It looks good. It's there, our first break and run of the match. As Yong Jun Park gets his 6 point with that break and run. We've got 3 one-visit clearances. The score is 6-2. Yong Jun Park over Chen Zi as we go into the player break.
比赛专用提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。 之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
河北省天翼集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
$冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
交边，乔氏官方合作伙伴。冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰交边，与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
3天结束，比赛继续，第9局，朴永俊开球。
And we are back after that player break. Yong Jun Park giving us our first break and run of this match in the previous frame. 6-2 up against Chen Zi from China. Now Yong Jun Park from Korea, the last remaining international player in this tournament. Just 6 players left. This is round 7 of the losers bracket. And again, cue ball in. That's the second time. Now at this level in the tournament, very rare to see a one-sided match. And so far, still very early in this match, 6-2. Can't really call it. I mean, Kang Peng was 6-2 down against Chen yesterday. At the next break, made it 8-all, and that's when we had a match in our hands. Now, scoreline on table 2 between Zheng Kangpeng and Wu Zhenyu. It is 8-all at the moment there. Kangpeng 3 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Wu Zhenyu 4 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. So Wu Zhenyu with 100% one visit clearance rate on the points that he has. Both these matches are race to 17, and winner of these matches will play each other tomorrow. Round 8 of the losers bracket tomorrow morning. Later on today, though, at 5 p.m. local time, we will have the winners bracket final, and that is between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. Race to 19. Player from there who wins immediately goes through to the grand final, which will be on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. Yeah, this is good from Chen Zi so far. Look, he couldn't do anything in the previous frame. That was a break and run, but almost every other frame he's had a chance. He's made the positional errors or the missed pots. There was one miss in the frame before that, where Yong Jun Park took a rack and run after a miss from Chen Zi. You should see him land quite high on the 13 to play the 13 into the center. High or straight, so he can run through and play the black ball for the bottom left corner pocket. That's where he wants to be. Just catches the jaw, and that's worked out perfectly for him. That was planned. Yes, it's great from him to come out of the player break and get a point on the board. This is what he needs at 6-2 down. And this off the break from Yong Jun Park. Yong Jun potting the cue ball, and another rack and run for Chen Zi to get his third point on the board. Score is 6-3 to Park after 9 frames played in this race to 17. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 8-all at the next player break here. Only way Park would keep that lead or extend it is if we see dry breaks from Chen Zi or more mistakes like we saw earlier, and then Park is able to break in well. She hasn't really been doing at the moment. He's been struggling. Also checks the rack to make sure he's happy with it. Doesn't make the ball in the centers, nothing in the corners also. That is a dry break from Chen Zi. Now what we did see yesterday, Kung Peng and Simming, it was dry breaks from both of them, but it was rack and runs from each of them. So it's continuous rack and run off your opponent's dry break. That's pretty much how the scoreline moved from 8-all to 12-all in that match yesterday. So now if Park makes it further than this, this will be one of the best results that he's had. Now, winner of this tournament, player who wins the grand finals on the 4th, receives $277,000. Runner up, 111. Third place, $41,600. Fourth place, 20,800. And where these players are currently 5th to 8th place, 9,700. So it's quite a big jump from where they are at the moment. 6 players left. After these matches, there'll be just 4 players left. So the difference in prize money on this match alone is about 10 or 11,000 US dollars. Yeah, the difference is 20,800 for 4th place, and 5th to 8th place get 9,700. So you can say that this match on at the moment is worth 11,000 US dollars. Now Park would want to keep that gap, that 4-frame gap that he had at the player break. He's going to want to keep that. That's a really good cushion to have, and I see that quite often, that if a player takes a lead early, they try and keep that. The other player might come back, but then just find another gear and try and keep that 4-frame gap. It's not perfect on the one. This is similar to the pot that Chenzi missed 3 frames ago. Missed this to get nicely onto the black ball to Chenzi. Almost the exact same angle. It's there. Now there the worry is the cue ball in the center pocket. Did you see where it went? Caught the outside jaw of the center. Seventh point on the board for Yong Jun Park with another rack and run. These players have stepped it up after the player break. These previous 2 frames have been 1 visit clearances, 1 rack and run each off the dry break from their opponents. So there we go. Yong Jun Park from Korea, 7-3 up against Chenzi from China. 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. Chenzi with just the 2 rack and runs. The 4 frame gap is still there for Yong Jun Park. Kang Peng and Wu Zhenyu are back from their 16-frame player break, but the score is still 8-all there. Winner of that match plays the winner of this match tomorrow in round 8 of the losers bracket. Last break for Yong Jun Park, cue ball went in the center pocket. He's controlled the cue ball again. He usually makes one. No, not to be. Yeah, I'd say now if Yong Jun Park has to find a break, then Chenzi is in trouble. So if there's one of these players that actually have to find some momentum now, it is Chenzi. He's the one that's behind, 4 frames behind. Need to get something going to get back into the match. Starts with taking this point. Starts with making that 9 ball, which he doesn't. Now this is very dangerous. The gap could be 5. As Yong Jun Park secures the stripes instead. Now the 15 behind the 7 that will go to the top right. These all go, and we know how dangerous he is in these situations. Nicely across for the 12 into the bottom right. That's all about how he navigates through those stripes at the top end of the table. They all go. But the way it stands, the black ball not available into the two corners. Which means if he doesn't disturb anything, he's going to have to take it to the center pockets. Almost missed that. That was close. That was off the outside jaw, wiggled and went in. I would have wanted to be slightly further up the table. He's got the extension on the back of the cue as the cue ball is past halfway line on the table. These are 9-foot tables.
10秒，延时。
Referee's called 10 seconds. He's taken his time extension, so added 30 seconds to the 45-second shot clock. Extension back on the cue. It's going to be the 9. Big shot in this frame. Gets it. Now looks to me like he's overrun the 15 again. Which means it's going to be 10 to get onto the 15. Rest required. No extensions left. You should be hearing 10 seconds from the referee soon if he doesn't make the shot. Doesn't take the shot. And this time he's... Oh, look at what he's done there. How has he played it so short? He's overrun it twice and this time underrun that. Don't even think he can see the 14. Couldn't. Had to play indirectly, and now the 14 is tied up. He's also tied the 2 and the 6 together. It's the first time, well, in this match at least, I've seen Yong Jun Park not make one of those clearances. I thought as much. He's going to go for the pot on the 1, try cover, get cover on the cue ball by putting it, well, at least line of sight behind the black ball. But having a look at this, might have the potting angle of the 15 to the center, might just. But the 15 is definitely in sight for Yong Jun Park. So caught that slightly thin now. Did he have the potting angle? We'll never know. But I think maybe just. 7 balls on the table for Chen Zi. He's 4 frames down. He was at risk of going 5 frames down if this went the way of Park, and he was able to make that 1 visit clearance. These safeties are not safe enough from Chen Zi. Not from what I can see. He's always leaving them available. It's not leaving the cue ball tight. Which leaves some room for Park to get lucky also. Like almost does. Almost gets that. He's played for that. He's gone for that shot. Now what happens if that goes in and he lands on the next ball? That's a good pot from Chen Zi. 1 to the center, and he's on the 3. He's on the 5 to the center also. On table 2, Jung Kong Peng is 9-all with Wu Zhenyu. That match is flying along. Wu Zhenyu 4 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. Kong Peng 6 break and runs, 6 rack and runs. What a standard from Wu Zhenyu. 8 1-visit clearances out of his 9 points. Winner of this match will play the winner of that match tomorrow. That will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. local time here in China. Race to 19, round 8 of the losers bracket. Then tomorrow evening, 6 p.m., we'll have the losers bracket final. That will be the winner of the match tomorrow morning playing against the loser of the winners bracket final, played tonight at 5 p.m. So that's in 3 hours' time. We'll have that match on the TV table. That's if this match is completed by that time. That will be between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. That winners bracket final, race to 19 to secure a spot in the grand final. That's where he needs to be for the 7. For the 5 ball, he needs to be low so that he can run through to play the 7 into the top right. Playing the 7 will mean he releases the black ball. Missed the 9 at the start of this frame, did Chen Zi. Was a dry break from Yong Jun Park. Had an opportunity, missed the 9. Park couldn't make the clearance on stripes. Ran slightly short on the 15, and this is the result. Chen Zi with an opportunity to get his 4th point on the board, come within 3 points. They couldn't really do much with the cue ball. They had to play the black ball into the same pocket. There was no room or no place to stun across to be straighter on this. You follow this through, you're not even on the black ball nicely. But it's there, gets his 4th point on the board. He's back within 3. Score is 7-4 in favor of Yong Jun Park from Korea against Chen Zi from China. This is a race to 17 winners break match, round 7 of the losers bracket. Just 6 players remain in this tournament. Chen Zi to break in this 12th frame. Makes the cue ball. That is unfortunate, just as he was trying to get back into this match. And 3 behind Park. Now what that means for Park is it is ball in hand behind the balk line. Has to play forward. I did see him looking at the 3 into the center. Now if that 3 doesn't go into the center, he's gonna have to move it. Now is he going from 7 to the 3? That would be the shot to play. No other real connector to get to that 3 ball. There we go. Needs a slightest of touches. What a shot that is. You couldn't ask for any better than that. That is a brilliant shot from Yong Jun Park. So now that he's solved that problem, brings us to the 5-2. Is the 5-2 a dead set combination? Does he have to play one of them to the corner pocket to release the other? Cues the ball very well, does Yong Jun Park. It's a very smooth cue action. Always delivering positively through the cue ball. Say the only shot that I saw that wasn't that positive was when he didn't make position on the 15 in the previous frame, but was using the rest there. I think that's why he wasn't able to get nicely through the cue ball, get to where he wants. A little nudge like that means that if he takes the 1, the 5 goes into that pocket, the 2 will also go into the same pocket. As you can see, he makes sure that he has line of sight of the 1 ball. What he's looked at is playing the 2 into the bottom right, leaving the cue ball just behind the 2 ball. It's okay. It's a little bit close for comfort though. Yeah, he's put a little spot of bother, I'd say. It's very close. And there is just enough angle, but you have to be so careful with this, not to undercue it, not to overcue it where you push through. Played it perfectly. Yeah, if you push the cue right through that shot, you are double touching the cue ball, and that would be a foul. And then what can happen is sometimes you're so quick to pull back the cue that you underhit the ball completely. Especially when you know you need to make position after that. Likes going short side, does Yong Jun Park. Now this is off Chen Zi's break, where Chen Zi pot the cue ball on the break. And it's there, 8 point for Yong Jun Park. Another rack and run for him. That is off Chen Zi's break, leading by 4 frames again. Score is 8-4 for Yong Jun Park.
一点是聚焦，沉淀；一线是专注，艺术；一面是缜密，智慧；方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大。
He's got that 4-frame lead again, does Yong Jun Park from Korea, leading Chen Zi 8 frames to 4 here. It is his break now in this 13th frame. Pots the ball. Doesn't really have control of the cue ball. A few kisses here and there, but it's okay. 5's also very close to going in. Drops in. Looks like the 4 went straight into the center pocket. It was the 4. Now being 8-4 up, we will have another player break at 16 frames played. It does mean that worst case scenario for Yong Jun Park at the moment, we go into that player break with him all square at 8-all. And that would be the best case scenario for Chen Zi, of course, if he wins the next 4 on the spin. But of course, that's not what Yong Jun Park is thinking about. He's not thinking about his opponent equalizing. He's thinking about extending this lead, really punishing. He knows that if he can at least pull this to 12 or 13 and keep Chen Zi around the 5, 6, 7 mark, at least have double the amount of frames when he gets to 13 or 14. He's not going to do it like that, though. He's just kicked that wide. He's kicked it thick. He can't believe he's missed it. I can't believe he's missed it. And after he potted 2 solids on the break, solids are looking better here. Yeah, this is not the easiest. This needs to go. Gets it straight into the center of the pocket. Cue ball around 2 cushions, and now in prime position is Chen Zi. Big frame for him to try and close the gap. It was looking like we might see Yong Jun Park pulling out a 5-frame gap here, getting that 9th point. Could have been a break and run also for him. Now, the way he's left himself on the 3, he's going to be running this cue ball past the 12 and the 9 to get onto that side of the black ball for the same center pocket. In it goes, and he's perfectly on the black ball. And that is 5th point on the board for Chen Zi as he slams that black ball into the center pocket. And that is another rack and run for him. So was Park's break, potted the ball, potted 2 solids, had a chance at getting a break and run, but missed the 14, and Chen Zi with his first visit to the table makes the clearance. On table 2, the score is 10-all between Zhang Kongpeng and Wu Zhenyu. Wu Zhenyu with another rack and run. He's got 9 one-visit clearances out of 10. Kongpeng with the 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. So on paper, if you look at the stats, Wu Zhenyu is definitely playing to a bit of a higher level, but the scoreline remains all square, 10 each. That is on table 2. This is the losers bracket on at the moment. Round 7 means losers of these matches are eliminated from the tournament. Winners will go on to play each other tomorrow in round 8 of the losers bracket. Makes the 15 into the center, controls the cue ball. It's a decent break from Chen Zi. Yeah, I would say spoiled for choice a little bit here. Both sets looking good. Is deciding to go stripes and finish up table first, playing on the 10. Yeah, I would say the reason maybe he didn't take solids, firstly, more solids on the table by 1 ball. Secondly, the 3 also is the only real outlier on the table. It's the only ball close to a cushion. Now that is not the greatest shot because that 11 ball, I don't think it goes to the bottom left, which means he's not on 11, not on 9. Out of the 4 left on the table, he's only on the 12 to the bottom right corner pocket. Gets the pot. How's the cue ball? He's going to stop it on the 6. Looks good in this frame, does Chen Zi. See on table 2, Wu Zhenyu has taken the lead. He's 11-10 up against Zhang Kompang with another break-in run. He's got 5 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs, and he's just pot a ball on the break. That match has been very tight since the beginning. Very quick as well. They've played 21 frames. But of course, a very high clearance rate there. So it looks like both those players are having a really good session, breaking well, clearing well. Tries to keep the game simple when he can, does Chen Zi, as you can see even with that. Landing nicely on the 13. There was the other option to play around 2 cushions to get there, but definitely working out better and holding the cue ball enough to play the black ball into the same pocket. And not only did that miss from Yong Jun Park on the 14, cost him a chance at getting a 5-point lead, cost him the 4-point lead. And now the lead down to 2 as Chen Zi gets his 6-point on the board with his first break and run. As you see the stats come up there, we have got 1 break and run each, 3 rack and runs each, so it's a very close match here on this TV table between these 2 players. Just Yong Jun Park with that 2-frame lead. Now I did say the worst that can happen for him is that we go into the 16-frame player break with things all square, since he did get to 8 at least. But from having a 4-point lead, it's not somewhere he wants to be. He did have that 4-point lead since the previous player break at 8 frames. He was 6-2 up. Big frame this one now, since the momentum is with Chen Zi at the moment. Oh, look at the break. Look at the break. Look at the control. Makes a ball immediately into that center pocket, not using that much power. Doesn't need it. Cue ball gets kicked, unfortunately, but had the cue ball right in the center of the table. That was a tough one. That was a tough one, but I expected him to get it, especially after the way he hit that break. He did. He really hit that pure. And he makes that break and run. We have a match in our hands if he gets to 7. Especially it would mean 2 consecutive break and runs. That would definitely change the momentum here, but what a chance for Yong Jun Park. Firstly, stop the momentum from Chen Zi, take this point, and then be breaking in the next frame. It is winner's break here. Had quite a lot to do with the cue ball. He struck that really nicely. He's cued that well. Yeah, we did get a camera angle behind the bottom right corner pocket of the 4 and the 5. Now, there's a gap between them. It looks like about a centimeter plus. And it isn't a dead set combination, which means either he has to make it or go into it, or land the cue ball short side of the 5 to release the 4. Needs us to travel. Short side of the 5 it is. Not leaving anything to chance by taking on the combination or even going into them. A short side of the 4 and the 5. Say in this frame it was a position from 7 to 3. That was a great shot, left himself perfect on that 3 to roll down short side of the 5. I'd love to get that 4-frame lead back before we go to that player break. Can see using a bit of insight to turn the cue ball to bring it down to be better on the 6 ball. Taking a little bit more time, making sure on each shot is Yong Jun Park. Doesn't want to let this opportunity slip. And this is off the break from Chen Zi. It wasn't a dry break, but he missed the 15 to the center. Opened the door for Yong Jun Park. He gets the 9 point on the board with another rack and run. He's leading 9-6 over Chen Zi. 15 frames played so far on this TV table match between Yong Jun Park from Korea and Chen Zi from China. It is 9-6 to Park. He's got 1 break and run, 4 rack and runs. Chen Zi with 1 break and run, 3 rack and runs. This is the 16th frame. We will have another player break after this. It didn't feel like he hit that well. Yeah, the back of the pack exploded nicely, but it didn't sound right. It didn't sound like how it normally does when the power really goes through the pack. The cue ball, a lot of movement. And that is going to be a dry break for Yong Jun Park. He's currently 3 ahead of Chen Zi. He was 4 ahead at the previous player break, 6-2. This frame now, the difference between 10-6 and 9-7. I'd say if Park gets to double digits and he's on 10 before this player break, I'd say he's favorite then. Because then we are about midway through this match. Once he's taken the lead, he's kept the lead. Now for Chen Zi, if he gets this point, he's within 2, comes back from the player break, he'll be on the table breaking. Chance to go within 1. It's a very different game after this frame. Just has to navigate through these remaining 4 stripe balls, then the black ball to come within 2. It's not good. This is a problem. This is a bit of a problem for Chen Zi. He was not able to hold the cue ball enough. So as you can see, the angle on the 11 and the 14 take the cue ball up table, naturally away from the rest of his object balls. What that means is he has to play an excellent positional shot here to get back down table. And pot as well, off 2 cushions. Where's the cue ball now? A little kiss on the 3, and look at that, he's on the 9. He's a little bit lucky to get on the 3 like that, well, to knock into the 3, but still great recovery shot to be on the 9. Two cushions out for the 11 into the left center. Now this so far is off the break from Yong Jun Park. I feel like he didn't really give that break everything. And Chenzi now 1 pot away from bringing the scoreline within 2, getting his 7-point on the board. Another rack and run. And we will have a 5 to 10 minute player break after this frame. It's there, 7-point on the board for Chenzi. Reduce the gap to 2. We go into the player break. 9-7 up for Yong Jun Park over Chenzi. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择。欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。 2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，读之珠，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。
他有点冷。
Players are back from their 16-frame player break, and so are we. The score is 9-7 in favor of Yong Jun Park from Korea, the last remaining international player in this tournament. If you are just joining us, welcome to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour on at the moment from the 25th of December to the 4th of January. We are on day 9, stage 3. Started off with 32 players, down to 6 now. And this is the losers bracket round 7. Matches we have on at the moment. We've got Yong Jun Park from Korea against Chen Zi from China on the TV table. And on table 2, we've got Zhang Kongpeng against Wu Zhenyu. Wu Zhenyu currently 12-11 up, with 5 break-and runs, 6 rack-and runs, 11 one-visit clearances out of his 12 points. Kongpeng, 3 break-and runs, 3 rack-and runs. I have to say, looking at the scoreline and looking at the way that match is going on table 2, Wu Zhenyu is looking like the favorite. He's looking slightly stronger, but we will keep an eye on that. I have put the links to the flowchart live scores and also the QQ live streams are available. That is in the Facebook description of this video and also in the YouTube comment section. It is a pinned comment. You'll see the Linktree link, and that will take you to a page where you have access to the flowchart, live scores, table purchasing, YouTube page, Facebook page, and the live QQ links. Now that table 2 match on at the moment is on live QQ1, so if you do have a look at the links, you'll find the first link, live QQ1, is where that table is playing. Now Yong Jun Park had a lead of 6-2, was 4 frames ahead at 8 frames played. Wasn't able to hold the 4-frame gap. And it looks like Chen Zi has picked up some momentum. He's definitely playing a little bit better. The cue ball control is also a bit better. The potting is better. If there was a time to start playing your best in a match, especially in a race to 17, now's the time. "16 frames played out of a possible 33, so I would say, you could say we are halfway to the finish line. Next match on the TV table will be at 5 p.m. That is the winners bracket final between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. That will be at 5 p.m. local time, so in just over 2 hours' time, we'll have the winners bracket final. Playing these good now is Chen Zi. This is off his break. And that's how important it was that previous frame. Instead of being 4 down, he's 2 down, with the opportunity to break in the 17th frame. And it looks like he is going to take another break and run here. He does, it's there, gets his 8 point. Now just 1 behind. Scoreline is 9-8 to Yong Jun Park. Break and run for Chen Zi. Now he finds another one like that, equalizes the scoreline. It's actually very similar to what we saw Kang Peng against Chen Siming on the TV table. We saw Kang Peng was down 6-2 at the break. He made it 8-all at the second break, and then after that, they were going 1 each until 12. Chen makes a mistake. He goes 13, 14, 15. And couldn't be stopped after that. Now, if you have just joined us, these players are playing a race to 17. It is winner's break in round 7 of the losers bracket here at the Super Tour Nanning station. It's been a fight between these two players. Yong Jun Park has had the lead, well, still has the lead, but he's had a bigger lead than this. He is up against Chen Zhe from China. So far, it's been Chen with the momentum from 6-2 down to bring it up to 9-8. Few rack and runs and break and runs. Looks good. It's a good bank. Cross double to the left center pocket, but what has he left himself? That's a tough 6 to get in from where the cue ball is. But he got the second part of the shot, also getting the 1 into a better position than where it was. He's played that well. It's tough to play that with pace like he did. You have to be so accurate. You catch any part of the inside jaw or the outside jaw and it's not going in, especially at the pace he played it at. You can see he's landed low on the 5, which means he has an angle to bring the cue ball back onto the side of the table for his 2 last remaining solids. And this massive frame for him to equalize this match at 9-all. It's good enough. That's exactly where he needs to be. Let's say cue ball where the 1 ball is at the moment for the 7. That would be perfect. They have a natural angle to bring the cue ball back up into the top side of the table. And on table 2, it looks like Wu Junyu is 13-11 up against Jung Kumpong. That is the first time we've seen a gap in the scoreline there on table 2 like that. And that's because 5 break and runs, 6 rack and runs for Wu. Kong Peng with just a 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. And Chen gets the 9 point on the board. He has equalized at 9-all. So Yong Jun Park has lost the lead that he had at 6-2, the 4-frame gap that he was trying to keep.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
I must have spotted something that he's not happy with in that rack, especially between the first 3 balls. Those are the balls that you want to be as close as they possibly can. Not easy to do though with the triangle rack, but the referees do always do their best here. If you heard that break in the background, that was Jung Peng breaking 13-12 down against Wu on table 2. So he's got another point there and it's his break. We'll keep our eye on that scoreline. Winner of this match plays the winner of that match. He's using that softer controlled break. And this time nothing in for Chen Zhe. They would have definitely wanted to get another break and run for Chen here. That would have been his way to finally take the lead in this match, get to 10 points. It looks like he wanted to take the 5. Is he thinking about taking the 5 on as a pot? With the referee counting down, he had to play that quickly. Is that his stripes in play for Yong Jun Park? So far in the matches that he's won, most times he's always been leading from early. He's kept the lead throughout the match. Nicely played off the 4. But still not easy from here. He's got the 11 on the left side, 14 by the ball cushion. And it's even tough to use the 11 to connect to the 14. Don't think the 14 goes past the 5, which means it needs to go into the same pocket this 11 is going into. It's a cue ball coming across the table onto the right side. That is a fantastic pot. Would have liked a few more rolls on the cue ball though. Then again, you put a bit more power into that pot and it becomes much more tougher. He's played it at the pace that he knew he can get it in. Now the momentum being with Chen at the moment. Can't afford to let him back at the table. Not at this stage, not at 9 all. that's what's going to happen. It's going a bit wrong for Park. Not going to be too happy with the result of that. Yeah, I do think this could be a turning point in the match. Well, the last 4 frames, Chen Zhe's definitely had the momentum. He's playing a little bit better, more confident. And he's equalized at the perfect time. Behind for the first half of the match. Now we enter the second half of this match. What a time to go ahead. They are at 9 each, both 8 away from the finish line at 17 frames. Yeah, it's those kind of shots that show you he's cueing really well now. He knows exactly where the cue ball is going, where he wants it. Now where the 4 actually is, that's where you want to actually be to play the 5 ball. So I would say 4 first, then the 5. Should leave himself enough angle to just have line of sight of the 7 at the bottom left corner here. Every time I check the score, it's changing on table 2. Kong Peng is now 14-12 down against Wu Junyu. Another rack and run for Wu puts him on that 14th point. He's just 3 away from the finish line. And winner of that match plays the winner of this match. Been executing this so well. Playing quite different to how he was in the first half of this match. Yeah, it's the long races. These players, they favor the long races. As I said, the score was 6-2 to Park. If this was a race to 7, Park wins it and that's it. But look at what can happen in a longer race. All the way to 17, the game can change so many times. And it's their 10th point on the board for Chen Zhe. He's now leading for, I think it could be the first time in this match, leading Yong Jun Park after being 4 behind So the last time that Chen led, he was 1-0 up, and then he was 2-1 up, and after that, Park managed to win 5 frames in a row to go 6-2, and that was the last time that Chen Zhe was leading this match, was at 2-1. So now, after 19 frames played, he's caught up. He's taken the lead. Now, Park is on the back foot. So far, I haven't seen him play from behind. Every match I've seen him play, he's been the player ahead. Gets the 11 into the center pocket and the 14. Don't think he's going to be too happy with that split, though. I did see quite a few balls along the side cushions and the top cushion also. There you have the 10-15 along the right side, 3-7 on the left side, 13-12 ball cushion. Yeah, I was thinking whether he was going to leave himself on the bank on the 3, because that meant he's going to push the 7, which he has done. Definitely has stepped it up, has Chen Zhe. Now 6 ball is about a ball's width away from the cushion and a little bit. If he lands around where the 4 ball is, around the center pocket, do we expect him to get that? Or do we expect him to play it from where it is? He's cueing well, he's cueing very confidently. Has the momentum also, doesn't have to go into the 6. Just checking exactly where he wants to be with that cue ball for the 6 ball, because that's going to be the shot. 6 to the black ball. Now it just so happens that after he's taken the lead, he's also breaking really well. And that is really going to hurt Yong Jun Park sat in his chair. Nothing he can do about this. Lost a 4-point lead, and now it's looking like he might be behind by 2 points at the end of this frame. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to stop this player now. You see how well he struck that ball. Exactly the reaction he wanted from the cue ball at that pace also. Smashing it into the top left corner. And that is 11th point on the board for Chen Zhe. He's leading 11-9 over Yong Jun Park with another break and run. He's on 3 break and runs, 4 rack and runs is Chen. Yong Jun Park just with the 1 break and run, 4 rack and runs. There it is. 11-9. The score was 8. What are we on? We had 8-3 at one time, 6-2, 8-3, 9-7, and from 9-7, 4 frames in a row for Chen Zhe. On table 2, I see Wu Junyu is on the hill, 16-12 up on Zheng Kompeng. And that's because he's had 2 consecutive break and runs in the last 2 frames, so from 14 to 16. And if he wins that next frame, he will be eliminating Zheng Kompeng from this tournament. Gets the 9 into the center pocket. He's using the same break we saw Sun Yuan using. Same break Chu Bingjie uses. And Zheng Zhaohai. Certainly going stripes here. Don't really see anything that's going to stop him in this frame. I'd say toughest pot on the table for him is what he's playing right now, is the 14. It's the only ball that might cause an issue. He's taken care of that. Now the 15 on the balk line. That does go to the right center, top left corner. Also has easier pots available, but this is the right shot. Cue ball could have been slightly kinder to him after that. Either run more or less, but not where it is. Slow down. He needs it to slow down. Took the tougher 14, didn't land perfectly on the 15, which he wanted to be onto the center pocket. Took the 15 to the center, wasn't nicely on the 12. And now still, it's been a few recovery shots for Chen Zhe. But looks like back in position here. He's got the 13 to the bottom right. Can stun the cue ball on and off the right side cushion. Yeah, this is class at the moment from Chen. Really is. Can't do much. Yong Jun Park sat in his chair for the last 2 frames. Look at the positional play on the black ball. Wasn't easy in that balk area. Few tough positional shots to make. Not easy pots as well. The pot to the center pocket. Holding the cue ball off the 12. And it's their 12th point for Chen with another break and run. That's his second consecutive break and run now. Scoreline here on the TV table is 12-9 in favor of Chen Zhe over Yong Jun Park from Korea. This is a race to 17. Winners break format, which Chen is definitely making use of at the moment. 2 consecutive break and runs he's on. Currently 4 break and runs in total, 4 rack and runs. 1 break and run from Yong Jun Park and 4 rack and runs for him. Not going to be a third consecutive. The 15, that was a ball heading to the center pocket, just stopped by the 2, unfortunately. Another score on table 2, Zheng Kompeng against Wu Juanyu. Score is 16-13 there. This is round 7 of the losers bracket. Winner of this match plays the winner of that match on table 2.
3、2。10秒。
At the moment, Yong Jun Park, he is 3 frames down on Chen. Have not seen him play from behind yet. And this is a point in the match where if he gets an opportunity, he has to make the most of it. His opponent just 5 away from the finish line. He's done well to go into the 4, nicely on the 9. Now what does he do about the situation outside the center pocket? I was thinking could play the 10 up, which it should be fine, although the cue ball's very close to the black ball. Play the 10 up to the top left corner pocket and just play into the window where you can see the potting angle of the 14, which is right about there. He's got the pot, he's got the position. Black ball now not available into the right center or bottom right corner. Needs to come past. Risky. He's trying to get past the black ball to play it into the bottom left. And that has gone wrong. Now, is there any kind of gap? There isn't. There was a gap. What a pot that is. A black ball to the center pocket. Had to go in. He gets his 10 point on the board. Now only 2 behind. That was a pressure clearance for Yong Jun Park. It was one he had to make, and he makes it. Gets his 5th rack and run on the board. He's just now 2 behind Chen Zhe after 22 frames played. There will be another player break at 24 frames, and I did hear somebody breaking in the background, which means Jung Kumpong has won another frame. He's now 16-14 behind Wu Junyu.
第23局，朴永俊开球。
He got that 15 into the center pocket. At least he's pot a ball on this break in this 23rd frame. If he can bring it to 12 all at the 24 frame player break, then we have a real match in our hands. Then I can't call it. At the moment, Chen Zhe is looking slightly stronger. The comeback, the way he's taken the lead. Now that one ball next to the 10 near the ball cushion, that's the problem. Has to come top right of the table to play that. It's gone into the stripe that was next to the 5. That was the 9 ball. Didn't really need to. It looked like the 5 could go. Watch the cue ball. Stays on the table, but look at where it's gone. He's got line of sight on the potting angle for the 6, but that was the ball that he wanted to connect to the 1. Now this pot is made much tougher by the fact that he has to bridge off the 13. Gets it. Is it good? Is it good enough to get the pot in the 1? And I think the reason you see the comebacks like this and the lead changing so many times, the standard is so high at this tournament, especially in stage 3. Just 1 or 2 errors can cost you the lead, and especially if your opponent finds the break, like we did see Chen did, because managed to get 4 break-in runs on the board. Didn't have any. I thought he had the potting angle for the 1. But it was always looking a bit like a recovery finish from the time he went into the 9-5. Was off position and not perfect. Now the match on table 2 is over. Wu Juanyu has defeated Zhang Kompeng 17 frames to 14. Wu with 7 break-in runs, 8 rack-in runs. Zhang Kompeng 3 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs. So Kompeng is out of the tournament. Winner of this match plays Wu Juanyu in losers bracket. Round 8 tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. After this match on the TV table in 1.5 hours time, we will have the winners bracket final. Cheng Liu against Wang Yun. That will be a race to 19. That is at 5 p.m. local time here in China. Also, if Chen gets this point on the board, it will mean that it's definitely going into the player break leading. That's all about how he lands on the 10. 10 is free because Park went for the 1. And for the last few frames, it does look like Park is chasing a little bit, especially towards the end in a finish. It's got a big bounce that needed to slow down. This is not going to be the easiest 10 to get to pot and get on the black ball. The angle is natural, but the pot is not easy here. Gets it, no problem at all. Look at the position on the black ball also. .13 on the board for Chen. He leads 13-10 over Yong Jun Park after 23 frames played. Now 24th frame to get underway. Chen Jue to break 13-10 up against Yong Jun Park from Korea, the last remaining international player here. This is a race to 17, winners break format. Makes the 1 ball, makes the 2. 3 sits outside the corner. And the only problem is the 4 along the cushion. Now we did see a turning point in this match. Would we see another? If he gets this point on the board and makes a break and run here, goes 14-10 as we go into the break, 3 away from the finish line. I don't really see a way back for Park. Stripe secured. That 4 too high up the cushion. The 7 also not available to the bottom right, which meant no connector to actually move that 4 ball. The pace at which he played that was perfect for the pocket to accept it. You did see, came towards the inside jaw first, but managed to get it in. It's just the 13 now, top right-hand side of the table. Only potential issue I see here for Chen. Potting so cleanly. Cue ball pretty much on the string for him. He is going to be very tough to stop in this match. Since he was making the comeback and when he equalized, he's been a different player throughout this match. The entire match has changed. Also, the right pace kept that ball in, otherwise outside jaw it was not going to go. Now needs a good positional shot here, followed by a good pot and positional shot on the 13 to get onto the black ball. And what a out this will be for him. Just past the 4. He's potted one very similar to this on the left side of the table earlier in the match. Made slightly more difficult by reaching over the table and 7 just under his arm. Look at that. Look at that. Rattled in. Everything is going his way. And well deserved because he's playing really well at the moment is Chen Jue. 14 points on the board with another break and run as we go into the 24 frame player break. Chen Jue leading 14-10.
乔氏精彩比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线 是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽掌天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，新星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
结束，比赛继续。第25局，陈哲开球。
And we are back after that 24-frame player break. The score is 14-10 to Chen Zhe over Yong Jun Park from Korea. This is round 7 in the losers bracket. Players who lose in the losers bracket are knocked out of the tournament. Kang Peng was just knocked out by Wu Juanyu 17-14 a few minutes ago. Winner of this match will play Wu tomorrow, round 8 of the losers bracket. That'll be at 10 a.m. Now we do have the winners bracket final after this match. That will be at 5 p.m. local time. So in just over an hour's time, the winners bracket final. That is between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. Race to 19 for a spot in the grand finals. Now, loser in that match tonight will play the winner from tomorrow morning's round 8 losers bracket match in the losers bracket final tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. local time here in China. Now, earlier in this match, Park was the player that was up by 4 frames. He was up 6-2. Held on to the lead as we went into the 16-frame break. He was up 9-7, still had a 2-point gap. But from then, we've seen some exceptional playing from Chen Zhe. Some brilliant finishes, and he's made quite a few break-and runs also. Currently on 5 break-and runs, 5 rack-and runs is Chen. Yong Jun Park just on the 1 break-and run, 5 rack-and runs. So are we going to see another twist in this match? Will the score line change again in Yong Jun Park's favor? Chen just 3 away from the finish line at 17. That's where he wants to be. Left side of the black ball, has to find the gap there. And leave some angle on that too that he can pull out for the black ball into the center pocket. He is pretty much where he wants to be for this. Shouldn't be a problem for him to get to the black ball to play it into that left center. Just needs to make certain of the spot as Yong Jun Park. Gets it, it's there, and the position also. Nicely on the black ball to the center pocket. This is off the dry break from his opponent. It's another one-visit clearance for Yong Jun Park. He gets his 11th point on the board, reduces the lead to 3 frames. He's 14-11 down against Chen Zhe. Now time is running when he does check the rack, so that is coming off his time. It's only when he finds a problem that the referee would stop the clock to have a look himself. Doesn't get anything. Bad time to be having dry breaks now for Yong Jun Park. Look, it's never really a good time for dry breaks, but at least we've seen in the beginning of the match you can afford a few errors, especially in these race to 17s. Saw it yesterday, Jung Kong Peng missing a straight black ball against Chen. And really having nothing going his way for the entire first few sessions. Brings it back to level and then takes the match. But now I would say closing stages in this match. Also 3 points behind his opponent. His opponent 3 points away from winning this match and eliminating him. There's absolutely no room for error now. Wasn't far from actually potting the 3 ball. He's got the second part of the shot, and that was to get the cue ball safe on the ball cushion. But has he left something here? Has he left the jump? Can Chen even go cushion first to get to this 5 if he wants to secure solids? And this is why he's taken his extension, because this is a tough decision to make. Does he continue the safety game? Which I think he is doing. Now I would say he's actually wanted to pot the 5 with the 11, or at least move the 5. He wouldn't have secured solids as his color, but it would have just been a loss of turn and would have taken the 5 away from the pocket. In Heyball rules, to secure color, you have to play that color first. So solid onto solid. Now that going a bit wrong for Park, that attempt on the stripe to the center pocket. And what it has done is it's left Chen Jue with an opportunity to increase his lead once again, get closer to the finish line. Problem for Park is that the last half of this match, it's all been in favor of Chen. Getting a good run, he's got the momentum, playing slightly better. The break's working in his favor. It's tough to turn that. Now that is not what he wanted. Not at all. He wanted to catch that much fuller so that the 4-ball stays in the pocket. That's the first time in the last few frames that I've actually seen him make an error like that. Otherwise, everything has been going the way he wants it. So now it means down for the 4. He's got the gap between black ball and 10. But this is the recovery shot that he needs to make to get the cue ball back into position for either the 1 or the 7. If you bring the cue ball up on the left side of the 7, leave yourself the angle on the 1, you can stun across for the 7 into the center. Should be enough angle on the 1 to do that. Was an excellent recovery shot, shouldn't have been needed. But that's what makes these players so great at this level, is even if something doesn't go their way, they're able to make these great recovery shots, get back into position, and continue with the clearance without chasing. Never want to be in a position where you are chasing a clearance, especially under pressure at this stage in a tournament. It's going to be playing black ball to the center pocket. This is not going to be easy. He's right behind it for the corner. Might he think of actually going to the top? In this scenario, I'd prefer center pocket. It's a huge point. Huge point, huge shot. Brilliant clearance from Chen Jue to get his 15th point on the board. He's leading by 4 again, and he's 2 away from the finish line. What a pot this was. Right in the center of that center pocket. There we have it. Chen, 5 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. Yong Jun Park, just the 1 break and run, 6 rack and runs. Now Chen has been breaking very well over the last few frames. Most times potting a ball in the center, controlling the cue ball. Does that again now, and he's likely to be on the hill. Another very solid hit on that break. The 11 goes into the right center pocket. And that is the slightly softer break I was talking about. As you can see, it's not wild. Cue ball is controlled. The cue ball just got kicked there. But still, look at the power that's generated through the pack because it's such a solid hit. And everything is wide open in this frame. Looking at the 3, the 4, behind the 2 stripes. Because of that, I'm leaning towards stripes here. The 12 on the right side connects to the 9. That's just under the 5. He's played that nicely into the 4 to hold the cue ball for the 14. Look, I think if he gets onto the hill from here, well, makes this break and run, gets onto the hill, I don't think there's any way back for Park, unfortunately. Not with the way Chen has been playing the last few frames. When you watch these players play, you almost forget how important the potting aspect of this game is because their positional play is so good. They're always leaving themselves on a much easier shot than you'd see from other players. So they're not fighting the table and fighting the pockets always. The cue ball control at this stage is excellent. Now, a shot like that is where the pot mattered. You can see how cleanly he's hit that also. Needs one more good shot from the 9 to the 13. Two cushions, needs to find the gap, gets the gap. It's precision play from Chen Zhu at the moment. Yeah, you can see Park sat in his chair. He knows what he's playing against. He knows who he's playing against. Black ball to the center pocket to get on the hill. And it's there, 16 point on the board for Chen Jie with another break and run. He's 16-11 up on Korea's Yong Jun Park, 1 away from the finish line. You know, the statistics in this match looked very different earlier. Chen Jie was on 1 break and run, 4 rack and runs. He's now on 6 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. Yong Jun Park on 1 break and run, 6 rack and runs. Shows you what he's done, I'd say, in the last 10 frames. Breaking for the match. He makes the 9 into the center pocket. He's got that break. That is the break when we see players making consecutive break and runs on this TV table. He's taken his extension here and looks like he's going 3 to the center pocket. Gets it. Lands short side of the 5. This could be all over. The composure that he's shown, even from when he was down. Things were not going his way. Never saw a reaction. So no matter what was happening, he knew what he's capable of doing, and he's showing it in the latter stages of this match. It's mainly the cue ball control. That's what's changed, and that's what's so obvious now. Controlling the cue ball perfectly around the table. This is the only glimmer of hope for Park, is the 1 ball. It's the only way I see Park possibly coming back to the table. I tell you what, this shot is much tougher than it looks. Doesn't look like missing anytime soon, does Chen? Purposely tried to land low on the 6 to get to the black ball, but he's too low. This is going to make things slightly more tricky for him. The pot, yes, the position also. Where is the cue ball heading? Can he stop it on the 13? Is he able to play it soft enough to just hold for the black ball? It's heading that way. Doesn't get the pot, gets the position. And chance for Yong Jun Park. So you come to the table, your opponent's on the hill. Been playing almost perfectly the last 10 frames. Five frames down, what do? You put the cue ball tight behind the 13, use the 11 to pot the 6. That is a legal shot, and now Chen has to play the black ball. Just one shot not landing absolutely perfect on the 6. Landed horribly on the 6, to say the least, actually. Yeah, I was trying to arc the cue ball off that cushion, actually pull it in towards the black ball. Now then, is Yong Jun Park going to get this point on the board and try and get back into this match? Your opponent on the hill and you a few frames away. You need to be absolutely perfect, no mistakes at all. Everything needs to be perfect, the potting, the position, the safety play. Cannot afford to give Chen a free visit here. Well, a visit where he can see the black ball. Played low on the 10 to go into the 14. That's his only problem. That 14 ball left side. After going into the 14, he should be on the 12 or the 11. Gets it out nicely. It's not the best place for the cue ball, that close to the cushion. It's going to make one of these pots a little bit tougher. Taking the 11 now would leave him on the 14 to the center. I'd say that's the more natural finish here, to go 11, 14, 12. Gets the pot. Again, cue ball close to the cushion. Making it tough for himself is Yong Jun Park at the moment. You can just see how much of the cue ball you have to work with there. Good positive cueing off the cushion. Gets it, and he's going to get the position on the black ball as well. He's done well. He's done really well with these last few pots. I don't think he thought he was coming back to the table. It's their 12th point on the board for Yong Jun Park as he gets a rack and run. Should have been all over, but mistake from Chen, not perfect on the 6, and that opened the door. Now 16-12, Yong Jun Park, 1 break and run, 6 rack and runs. Chen Zhe on 16 points, 6 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. That's the big difference here, the break and runs. Chen has been having great breaks over the last 10 frames. So played that well, did Park, to stay in the match, and now he's breaking to stay in the match. Has to pot a ball, or that cue ball has to go safe. Eleven's in. Cue ball's going very close to the corner pocket, stays out. 7's in as well.
10秒，延时。
Yeah, what a pot that is, under the pressure that he has at the moment to make that pot. He misses it. Look at the table he leaves. Now, how do you pot the 3 like that and then miss the 4? And he knew it as soon as he struck it. But very fortunately for him, he hasn't left a pot available for Chen. Yeah, best thing he could do in that scenario. That was always the shot to play. So although left the cue ball safe unintentionally, Yong Jun Park comes back to the table in a bit of trouble here if he doesn't get the cue ball safe again. What is available? 14 to the center pocket. I think it goes. We are right behind it. It does. Just passes black ball 2 and 1. The 14's there. Only problem I see on the table that can give him an issue is the 10 on the left side of the table. But having a favorable angle on the 15 means he can even disturb the 10 ball. He's going for that right now. He's left himself on that favorable angle on the 15. Goes into the 10, the 9's the recovery at the top end of the table. There we go. 10 pushed outside the center pocket. Look at that. What a shot to take on. When these players play this game at this level, you forget how hard this game actually is, that it's not this easy. There's so many aspects to the shot he just played, being perfect on the 15, playing the stun perfectly. From that distance, the pressure, going across the table. Can say he's got a little bit of good fortune there on the kiss on the 9 that's not gone onto the right side of the table, but I think he deserves it. Don't think we are going to see any more mistakes from Chen Zhe. Got a feel for Park. I mean, he was in the lead at one point in time. He's defeated Niu Zhang, Zhang Taiyi as well. What a field of players he's gone through. And there he concedes. What a player. Yong Jun Park from Korea, the last remaining international player, has been eliminated, but look at how far he's made it to the top 6 here at the Nanning Super Tour station. But man of the hour is Chen Zhe, defeating Park 17 frames to 12. At the end of that, we had 6 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs from Chen, 1 break-in run, 6 rack-in runs from Park. It was really a brilliant match from these two players. But sad to see Park leave the tournament. He was really putting on a great show, but superb play from Chen in the end. Well-deserved win. So he will be in action tomorrow, round 8 of the losers bracket, and he will be up against Wu Juanyu in that match. There will be a race to 19, but in 30 minutes time on the TV table, we have the winners bracket final between Cheng Liu and Wang Yun. So in 30 minutes time at 5 p.m. local time. Thank you guys for joining us for this match, and I'll see you very shortly.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运